Welcome, 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 everyone. We're back once again with Elden Ring, and if you're all caught up with the series so far, you know that we just entered Leyndell, the royal capital, and we're about to take on that entire legacy dungeon, which has a couple of neat bosses for us to fight, and we'll see where we go from there. It could be just doing Leyndell and the Subterranean Shunning-Grounds could take the entire stream, but we'll find out. I did see the announcement with the Switch 2 and the Tarnished Edition. I have absolutely no reason to get Elden Ring on the Switch 2, though. They did say the new weapons and clothing and whatever else is coming with that will be accessible as additional DLC on the PC version, so I'm just going to go for that. Anyway, hey Zone. Hey, the Missing Sea fan. Good to see you. Go check my second. It looks like audio is working on my end. So general plan here is we're going to be exploring this residential area down below us first, and then go down in the sewers, and then come back up and clear the upper parts of Leyndell on the way up to the gateway into the Erdtree, which we can see right over there. I like little envoy guys. Such cute little men? Critters? Something? Oh good, my gun works. Oh, it doesn't one-shot. It's not by surprise, though. Wow, that guy lunges really far. I can't believe I wasn't able to sneak up on that page. But I came down this way to avoid the... Well, partly to go get that smithing stone in there, but also to avoid this gargoyle turret thing. Kind of freaky. They're not really that durable, but they can do a lot of damage if you just stand in their line of fire. Coming up from the back way makes it a lot easier to fight them without any danger. We've seen perfumers before. The capital has quite a few of them, especially in the residential areas. So we're going to try to take them out before other enemies, just so they can't spread their bubble shields around to everyone else. I could go out this way and make progress, but I actually want to go up the ladder in here first. So, chat, what did you all think of the Switch 2 Direct? I, for one, am moderately excited. I feel like I'm far beyond my days in my youth of being actual console fanboy who was really, really hotly anticipating back in the day when it was the Revolution coming out. But it looks like there's some cool stuff for the new system, and I'm honestly a bit surprised to see Nintendo actually explicitly showing off things like running at 120 frames per second. They just never talk about frame rates in their presentations ever. The price point's not thrilling. I'm lucky enough to be in a position where my YouTube money can cover that, so it's like not really a burden for me. But I totally understand and sympathize. And don't love the idea of moving to $80 after Nintendo already just jumped up to $70 for their top-end games, which I think I was on record a stream or two ago saying was not worth $70. Just like 2 years ago. That really sucks. If the Xenoblades get performance upgrade patches, you're uber vibing. That was one of the things I was really looking out for, honestly. I couldn't remember whether I went upstairs to grab this or not. But this guy had a seedbed curse. Curse grown on a body defiled by the Dung Eater. Finding one of these advances the Dung Eater's quests. It says the Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erdtree, leaving them forever cursed. One of the most loathsome things found in all the lands between. Yummy. I expect to see. Well, they didn't really make this clear in the presentation, but apparently there are some Switch games that are just going to get performance improvements on Switch 2 for free, and then there are ones that have explicit Nintendo. God, it's so clunky how they name these, but explicit Nintendo Switch 2 edition versions that have enhanced functionality too. And if I had to guess, I would think maybe they might just do the performance updates for the Xenoblade games and not do any kinds of any things that would merit being called the Switch 2 edition. But of course, they could just charge $10 or $20 or whatever the price point is for high resolution too, I suppose. But my thinking is, I mean, they've sold the enhancements already as the definitive editions. So unless they were doing like specifically Xenoblade 2 definitive edition somehow, I would guess maybe they'll just get performance upgrades later. And yeah, I'm aware of the data mine stuff from Xenoblade X, so I think it's very, very likely that gets 60 FPS support really soon. It might just benefit from the extra juice where the resolution doesn't scale down so dramatically. That may be too. I mean, Xenoblade 2 in particular has a real problem with that, especially in handheld mode where you're running around at like, feels like 240p sometimes. And even if they don't actually support higher resolutions than they did before, just not having to downscale all the time would be a massive improvement for that game. Next room is kind of scary because there are 2 perfumers and I believe a high page with a repeating crossbow over there. Try to sneak in and take out this perfumer. Yeah, that's a high page. And hopefully not get rocked by him. He does tons of damage, as you can see. He did half my health with the crossbow. That gave me a clean opening. So, thank you for coming through that doorway. 60 FPS, 1440 for you is the dream. That's been one of the real pleasures of running Xenoblade 3 on my Nintendo PC. The game already looks good if you can just run it at a higher resolution and higher frame rate. This will just take us out down the alleyway where we were. So I'm going to continue down inside the building. Upstairs, again, is just up to the balcony we already went out to. Just switch back to my Serpent God's Curved Sword for the free healing. Let's go out this way. One regular page over here is not as big a problem. I've gotten better at dog combat, maybe. And this is, again, back to the alleyway we were in before. So we've sort of cleared out this area, except for the corpse right over here. The summoning symbol shows up because there's a mini boss to fight on this street, but we're going to deal with that in just a little bit. What else was cool for the presentation? I thought Donkey Kong Bonanza looked pretty fun. People are saying it's probably from the same team that did Mario Odyssey. It looks like similar overall vibe. Pretty stoked for Metroid Prime 4. Still, but I'm sad that we don't have an actual release date. I was really hoping that would be a launch title. Seeing Path of Radiance on your screen was nice. I don't really care that much about playing it on Nintendo's emulation service. Not seeing any other Fire Emblem news was, not thrilling, but I've also come to expect that. Trying to sneak through here because one of these guys has a horn and it's this one. More for convincing your friends to play with. Yeah, that makes sense. I can thrust too. I wonder if they'll support Wii games at some point as well. Obviously, you'd have to account for the control schemes, which could be challenging. Three seconds of Silk Song and a sizzle reel was hilarious. Yeah, that was like the first official announcement that it's supposed to be coming out in 2025, right? And it was just a couple seconds of footage. People have been begging for news on Silk Song for ages. That was pretty funny. I didn't play Hollow Knight. Probably should at some point. I hear really good things about it. I had a year confirmation from the Xbox thing back in 2023, which didn't work out. Oh. Oops. I'm bumping up now because there's a lovely spear-wielding Crucible Knight right over here. It's got glowing eyes, so quintuple runes, here I come if I kill it. Which I should. $23,000. Sweet. Heroes Rune 5 is new. There were once heroes who walked the battlefields abundantly blessed by the Erdtree itself, who upon earning their honor simply die. I think we've had a lesser heroes rune before. So this is something of a shortcut that you might not even know about, depending how thoroughly you explored this area, but you can take this elevator to get right back up to the top of the ramparts. But now it's a shortcut, because we've unlocked this door here. And we can go rest up near Bach again. And I can level up. Nice. What was I increasing now? I think just dex for the moment, right? No, I was actually... I was going for 35 dex, and then I wanted 20 strength. And then 40 dex, I think, was the hope. What else was in the Direct? Mario Kart World. Honestly, I could kind of take or leave. Mario Kart's a fun game, but I haven't really engaged with the online multiplayer aspects of it since the DS version. I was pretty good at snaking, but I don't think I even got Mario Kart Wii. I never really got into any of the other games, but it's like fine as a single player experience, but it's mostly fun in multiplayer. And when I've done like local multiplayer with friends, that doesn't really require me to own the game, or even honestly to be very good at it. So I've never cared that much.
There are 4 more demigods yet to be located.
I'll probably get it, but I don't know.
His twin, Melania, the undefeated swordswoman, Lunar Princess Ranni, daughter to Renala, and the one only known.
I'm curious about the other From Software game, what is it, Nightbloods or something like that?
Here at the hold, we seek the
PvPvE thing.
3 shard bearers. If you should learn anything of these matters, I'll trade your findings for a hidden treasure or a long-lost right.
But
known only to
that
me.
description confuses me because I
Desire to stand
wonder if that means there's
become Elden Lord. As
just any kind of co-op component at all. Like, are there teams,
work together.
or is it just you and however many other players are dumped in this world where you can fight creatures and each other and try to emerge on top? I would rather play it. I think it would be a more interesting game with at least some kind of co-op thing going on. But I'd also have to figure out who to play it with. Okay. I need to check in with the Dung Eater.
Wait.
The Nintendo Switch 2 Tour app thing costing $10 is really funny to me.
Smell it on you.
Really funny. I can't believe they...
Yet tender. Apparently my seed bed is ripe and waiting.
I mean,
Brief respite,
maybe
say.
I could understand if there was like some weird thing they had to account for, so they had to charge like $1 for it.
Below the capital.
But $10 for your app to find out how to use the system? My God.
What can kill you and defile your cause?
Oh, Kirby Air Riders.
Then the pox will truly be your own.
Fun game, but seemed almost like a Smash 6 isn't coming, leave us alone announcement. Yeah, you could sort of read it that way. By the way, I've been talking over the dialogue, but we just got the key for the Dung Eater, so we can release him from his cell, which he has told us is down in the sewer. And if we do, he promises he will kill us and defile our corpse. Thanks, man. I'm gonna jump from here onto the rooftops. There's a bunch of items on top of the buildings down there that you can't get to from the ground, so you have to jump from basically this balcony. And on those rooftops are some imps. I wonder if I can hit this one from here. Maybe not. Didn't manage to swing my weapon, but I did Goomba Stomp that guy for 4 damage. What does more, Stormblade or Frenzied Burst? Stormblade. By a lot. Any other Switch 2 stuff to think about? Oh no. I think I talked about just about everything that stuck out to me. Hello, Mr. Knight. Really, I didn't get the second charged heavy off. You ever messed around with combat challenges in this game? RL1, no hit, etc. Not really. I did actually consider doing rune level 1 for this streamed run. But I thought maybe that was a step too far given my skill level and my desire to do a lot of the content in the game. I think it'd be more tolerable if it was like, I'm just going to blitz it and do a bunch of bosses and not try to fight all the random critters around the world. But doing all that at level 1 seemed like a real hassle. So no, I haven't. I haven't done any serious combat challenges. I did kill the tree sentinel as a wretch with just the unupgraded club once just to try it. That was pretty fun. Kind of hard, but pretty fun. Don't hug me. It's also probably not the best weapon for this situation. Mouse functionality with HD rumble for the face petting was kind of strange. Where did they have face petting? Oh, in the Imagined Fates remake. Would I be excited about a Fates remake? I don't think that's coming anytime soon. I think I would be slightly pessimistic about it. Honestly. I don't really know why. I just feel like a Fates remake probably wouldn't solve the major problem with the story, and what it might do is change the gameplay even subtly in a way that I don't really enjoy, so that would be my fear about it. rude. You don't think gameplay changes will be subtle? I feel like the track record of the... Well, I guess we only have the one recent remake to go by, but Shadows of Valentia didn't make huge changes to the Gaidin's gameplay as I understand it. But I don't know, it's like, especially if they aim to remake Fates and preserve all three routes, I just don't think that setup is really workable. I think the notion of Revelation as a route, as it currently is, just isn't very compatible with making the stories good. It is sad not to see a genealogy remake, because I would be pretty thrilled to see that, but not today. So now we're a little bit farther along on that main avenue. I'm going to walk this way, and that will spawn the mini boss here, which is another Erdtree avatar. Effie's gameplay makes everybody more or less interchangeable. I would be worried about them ruining what was the greatest class change system they've ever done. Sure. Faith's collection would be nice considering Revelation and the DLC are inaccessible now. That is true. I would just rather them jettison Revelation and reimagine the whole Golden Third route as just being essentially an expanded Heirs of Fate or something like that instead. Lost media and all that sucks. That's for sure. It's a shame that you can't get Revelation anymore. But in an actual, like, full-on remake, I would definitely just ditch it. Turrets really aren't very threatening in wider areas where you can just run around and avoid the stream of whatever it is they're spewing. Fire, explosive powder, something. He saw me. That's pretty good work. Nice. Eval. Yes, it is the land of the Golden Order, and I'm very excited to be plumbing the depths of the Order and finding out all the great secrets that it has to tell, right? Lion Guardian Perfumer combo is pretty vicious if you let the Perfumer buff them up. So, might want to go check out the Colosseum over here, but the bridge is out, unfortunately. Have to find another way over there. And loot that corpse. The other place we can go from here is down this way, right below that giant spear lodged into the wall. Stone sword key, perfumer, and sneak up on a knight over here. I really like the music in Leyndell. It's peaceful. Genuinely gives it the vibe of a nice place to live if it weren't for all the, you know, insane people and the general state of disrepair of everything. Like any American city. Yeah, you got it. An Omen killer, please. Oh, sweet. Only one beating thrust with Blood Flame Blade kills it. Awesome. At least Leyndell used to be nice. Yeah. You know Leyndell had a big banger nightlife? That I don't believe. The people in charge here seem a little too uptight for that. Anyway, on the dress in the church there, we just found Lionel's set and a deathbed dress. Then in sheer white dress worn by the deathbed companion as she embraces the dead. This is Fia's outfit, and that gives us a clue about future encounter in Fia's quest, I suppose. The authorities in Leyndell would probably crack down on any sort of nightlife excitement, but only if they found out. I mean, Morgot runs a pretty strong police state, as I understand things, so I'd be scared about them finding out. But people did commit small acts of rebellion like that all the time in places like that, so who knows? Those perfumers going around buffing people sure does sound like they know how to party. You know what? You're right. There's got to be something good in those uplifting aromatics. Went ahead and used Blood Flame Blade because there's some finger creepers down this way. This was the ladder we took down from the church, so we're just kind of retracing our steps, but in this lower level in the canal? Sewer? Sewer canal? Something? hit with the Flame of Frenzy up there? Oh, I can. Nice. Wonder if someone has made a video about how functional Leyndell sewers would be. I imagine they're not. They don't really seem like the type of place that had serious architectural thought put into them. It's a video game. It's supposed to give you a flavor of realism, not actual realism. Or like we discussed in like my very first stream on Elden Ring, every area would be like 50 times bigger. Except the castles. Can't go through that way. I hate the crawling Albinoric guys, they're so creepy. I love when people take game world design too seriously and do hydrology studies and topography and whatnot. That can be really fun. I'm sure you've seen Annie Austin's videos, I think that's his name, on like rivers and Breath of the Wild and Skyrim and stuff. It's entertaining for sure. It's just, you know, probably not ever going to come out great for the vast majority of games if you take it too seriously. That is our second Erdseal dagger. Also, at the other end of this canal thing, we got the Guilty Hood. For some reason, you can get 2 of those in the game. I don't really know why. I don't think it's even alterable, so I don't think there are 2 variants for you to care about collecting, but you can get 2. One way Elden Ring's time of day system is different from a lot of other games is I believe it's on a 60-minute cycle instead of a 24-minute cycle. So every hour is 2.5 minutes instead of 1, which is what you usually see in a lot of games. And I feel like that does a lot to make the atmosphere when you're running through an area feel more consistent. Like Upper Leyndell's been sunny all the time I've been running through it, because I came in an early day. And probably when I come back out of the sewers, it might be night. But it's not like transitioning through an entire day just in the time I've been running around. There is a scarab over there. I'm going to try to kill it without drawing the attention of the crawling Albinoric things. There are a few of those in this area too. Nice. Another lightning ash of war, very rare. Don't hug me. Here we are at the well, and you may not remember, but we did buy, where is it? Info. We did buy a note telling us about a place below the capital. A vast network of sewers, and the well in the city below reaches deep into its tunnels. So this is the spot. I don't really know why you would have a well set up like this with a ladder in it and a chamber below. I don't think they understand how wells work or what they do, but oh well. Now we're on the other side of that grate we couldn't go through before. Welcome to the Subterranean Shunning-Grounds. Second dungeon. Dungeon within the dungeon. This place is scaled not hugely, but substantially higher in level than the main part of the capital. So there's going to be some tough fights in here, especially these omens. Maybe with proper preparation, it won't be too bad. It's convenient that they have relatively little poise. Now we found the Grace, so got our checkpoint. This next part's going to be a pretty long run without another side of Grace to reach. We're going to be exploring a network of tunnels around here, and they all basically end up looping back to connect back to this underground roadway. So we open a bunch of different shortcuts that bring us back towards this Grace. Still going for strength. Oh. So if we get lucky, and we can just spam repeating thrust and not really have to struggle with these guys. Just if they get certain attacks off with hyper armor, they can punch through that, and that can be scary. Nice. I like the cross-naginata for a lot of things. I don't like fighting rats with it. But I kind of doubt that... Oh, it does two-shot. Okay. That's probably worthwhile using Stormblade for this, then. My thoughts on Xenoblade X. Having a good time so far. I've just been kind of running around establishing like different sites on the map. I haven't gotten too far in it because I've been focusing on stuff for this run and for the next episode of the Conquest Let's Play, which I have all the footage for and I've done some of the writing for, but I'm also working on a little something extra for that episode, which I hope comes out well. I mean, we'll see. So I haven't gone as far in that game as was maybe expecting to be at this point. I don't want to fight these Mirandas, so I'm just going to run past. Did you finish your Xenoblade 3? Yes. Well, I did all the story content, and I showed off basically all the post-game stuff that I want to show. There's more I could do. I just feel like it's going to be repetitive and not that interesting. And I one-shot these finger creepers with Frenzy Burst. Not that I miss. Getting blocked by the ceiling. Okay. Miyazaki? Cannot. It's a shame. Alright. Weapon time it is then. And this giant finger creeper is our very first guaranteed source of a Somber Smithing Stone 7. The Somber 7s are really the gate to higher weapon upgrade levels in this game. You can find basically everything else up to 9 just running around the overworld without fighting anything, but without exploiting any glitches, you have to advance to a later game area and actually fight at least one boss somewhere to get to a Somber 7.
I am the Dung Eater, a scourge upon the living. Who are you? I've been here long enough. I will kill again and defile each corpse with care. Just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed, along with their children and their children's children, for all time to come.
Have I messed up by letting this guy out of jail? It'll be fine. Oh, gross. Look at all these slugs. I can see there's an item over there, but I'm going to drop down this hole first. How much are these slugs worth? This one has glowing eyes on the ceiling. $258. Okay. Really don't need to fight them all. The Revenant, but I've got just the thing. I am not a fan of fighting those without healing spells. Using a polearm inside is challenging. Sometimes. Just bouncing off every wall in here. The other Omens up top hurt us, though. Come on, down here. Don't land on my head. Seriously? Alright, got through the triple Omen fight with a bit of damage. You never seen them climb ladders? They can do it. But that room had a somber 8, so now we could go back and forge up our best somber weapon. We don't really have a great somber weapon other than our Bloodhound's Fang, which I've been kind of neglecting because I wanted to do something other than maybe the #1 obvious best early somber dex weapon. So I think we'll save that for a weapon we're going to get later in the capital. Omens are another funny enemy type. That's very true. And the Warped Axe is goated. Yeah, the Warped Axe is a pretty big regular axe. It has the axe moveset, but it has the status effect values of a great axe. So if you put cold infusion or blood or something like that, it does incredible status buildup and keeps good strength scaling. So opening that gateway leads us back to the main road, underground road here. We could go back to the Grace, but I don't want to respawn the enemies if I can avoid it. And I'm doing okay on flasks, so I will just stick it out and go this way. Very scared of falling off these stairs. Can't make any progress down this way. But over on the other side, you can sort of see there's another platform you can fall down to over there. Morgot's really got to get some masons and carpenters in here and patch this place up. Come on, dude. I know it's a shunning ground, but you lived here. To think of it, I'm not sure there are any real trained masons left in the lands between. Skilled artisans are probably in pretty short supply. How's the Wing of Astel run going? Pretty awesome. I'm at Melania. Haven't attempted her yet. But I wasn't sure really what weapon I wanted to try her with. I was thinking about using the what's it called? The death ritual spear? I think that's it. Ion flasks. Okay, I don't have to kill that many more enemies. Just but using Wing of Astel on some enemies has been really funny. Like dragons in particular, they just get wrecked by it. Triple Basilisk. Please don't deathlight me. No, that wasn't too bad. Goodbye. That's how I like my basilisk fights to go. If they just jump off the cliffs, I would be a happy man. Deathblight in Dark Souls 1 left a statue of your petrified corpse in the overworld. That sounds awesome. It would be cool if they had like a death root growing up on the ground where you died from Deathblight in this game. Look, some preserving boluses to solve rot, but not Deathblight. It also cut your max HP in half. I think people have talked about that on stream before. Was there any way to recover that, or was it just like, this is just your life now until... What, you rest at a bonfire or something? NPCs could cure it. Huh. It's not open from this side. Four storm blades is not what I was hoping for. That's not very efficient. Mind me, Mr. Omen Man? You're looking so very horny today. That one always drops the Omen Baron, which is a another, basically just like the Wraith Calling Bell, honestly, just summons more Wraiths. I think I looted everything. This is a new area with a bunch of pipes. We'll explore that in just a moment, but first, when we cross this way, we can open a doorway that, you guessed it, takes us back to the underground roadside once again. So now we've opened the northeastern gate over there, and this shortcut here. We haven't opened the one down there. I think I want a shield right now. This ladder takes us to another part of that same room we just crossed, but a little bit lower. So up there is the bridge with the doors that we just opened. And there are a whole bunch of imps standing around the place. To do with this. Oop, wow, almost backstepped off. This is actually the way up to get behind that gate at the end of the underground roadside passageway. Well, it's one way to get there. We'll go up there a different way, so I'm not going to bother with that. Some regular smithing 7 so far. And another somber 6. And that's all for this level. I can't get across to the pipes over on that side. What I want to do now is descend all the way to the bottom of this room. And there's a couple ways down there. I don't know if there's like a perfectly safe way to do it, but you can jump from this pipe and land at the upper end of that pipe down there, which is sloping downward, and not die. Not even take damage if you do it correctly. But the scary thing down here is there's these 2 giant crayfish that, again, are scaled really, really high, and they can snipe you and do a ton of damage. So what I want to do is go ahead and buff up and then use my sleep pots, because they are very vulnerable to sleep, and try to take advantage of that to fight them safely. I do want this one to come back though, because the other one's around the corner on the left over there. So I don't want to fight the first one that far to the southwest. I want it to come back this way, which might mean some of our boss will wear off. Well. The other one's rising up. Okay, gotta be ready for it. I think it didn't aggro on me though. That's good. Just to be safe, I'm gonna craft a couple more sleep pods. And try for the snipe. Got him. Okay. Now I can rebuff at least a bit. Cool. And then, before I forget, the scarab has another number 7. And this corpse has one too. Moog shackle. This is the equivalent of Morgot shackle, but for Moog. Works the exact same way. And we'll have more uses than Morgot shackle going forward. I level up? Yes. Okay, I got the 20 strength. With Godric's Great Rune, that will be more than enough to wield the weapon we want to get in the capital. But we are going to push for 40 dex as well. Happen to know that there's a spirit crawler snail right under these stairs, so I don't have to fight all the spectral enemies. And there we find the upgraded version of the Holy Resistance Talisman. Also up the stairs this way, you can unlock some secret passages. This one's in the floor. Above, we can say hello to an Omen again. So there's the stairway down to the pipe room, right here. And up on this level, we can open the gate to once again get back to the underground roadside. But I don't want to go there. I want to go to the Catacombs, which is the one. I guess technically this is a dungeon. I don't think it. Yeah, it doesn't restrict you from warping. Unlike most small dungeons, it's kind of considered part of the overall legacy dungeon, I suppose. But this one keeps up with the theme from the catacombs at the, was it Oriza Side Tomb, I think it was called? Where it's designed to mess with you. Bunch of puking zombies in here. Getting a big one. You're not dead. To try to remember to equip my Serpent God's sword more often. Explodey zombies are fun. Stuff. Edge. Double Slash seems not to have the stopping power of even repeating thrust. Very much a status skill, not a stance-breaking skill, from what I've seen. Oh, the zombie died. Poor guy walked into the fire. Playing risky. Not healing there. It's a Grave Glovewort 9. Don't think we've gotten the 10s for the Grave, not Ghost Gloveworts. So the gimmick of this dungeon is it's designed to make you think that you've been retreading the same areas over and over again. So like you come here and you see, oh, the boss door is open now. But there's no mist wall before the boss. We get a rune for our trouble coming here. But no, this isn't the boss. And this would have been where we came in to see the boss doors in the first place, but it's a dead end. Check out this room, and there's 3 zombie corpses in here. We did fight 3, but they're actually in different spots where we killed them. It's like that Omen is checking out the corpse of the one you killed before, but again, it's just a trick. A very similar looking room with this sarcophagus or shrine or something in the middle. This time we can only go southeast. zombies. Close. Double charge to have the bleed pop looks real satisfying. It is. It's feels awesome. We didn't come up this second fire pillar before, but now we have, and turns out there's this extra passageway over here. Bye. Finally, we are at the lever. And the boss doors are right up here. So I enjoy the gimmick of this dungeon. The repeating layout and everything, and the fake outs to make you think you're traversing the same area when you actually aren't. But I wish the combat encounters in it were a little bit more inspired. I don't think the zombies are that interesting as enemies, and the omens are cool, but there's, doing like 5 or 6 of them is not that amazing. This fight could be hard. See how it goes. Going to be against a spellcaster type and his 2 dogs, and the dogs are really what scare me. If I stay right at the door, they might not charge me. And they haven't. Sweet. And that makes it easy. Hooray! This talisman is a really big deal for us, if we want to use it. The Lord of Blood's Exaltation raises attack power when blood loss occurs in the vicinity. I think it's like 30 seconds, and I think it's 20% boost with this. It might be less. But that's a pretty substantial boost if we're using our Blood Flame Blade setup and we're getting bleed procs pretty quickly. Love how the dogs just explode and lost their will to live.
No. I need to do better than this. This will never kill a god. I can do better than this. It needs to slay a bloody god.
This new dialogue from Hugh triggers when you enter Leyndell.
Oh, it's you. Don't pay me any mind. It's not important. Just lay out your arms.
Probably sell our big rune collection. Lord's Rune says, runes of one who was destined to become a lord, but when the Elden Ring was shattered, all that remained was a distant duty. So we have a couple of Somber 7s and one Somber 8. I think we'll go ahead and upgrade Vike's War Spear. I haven't really been using it. And we'll throw another upgrade on the Bloodhound's Fang, but I do want to save my Somber 8 for something else. And I want to save at least one of the 7s as well. Other smithing stones, we can raise the Cross Naginata to plus 21. And beyond that, want to get the Flamberge to plus 15 and the Nagakiba to plus 17, I suppose. Or no, let's put those stones into the flail. Anything else we want to invest in? Kind of funny that we can use Death's Poker. We meet the int requirement with Godric's Rune. But no, I think we'll hold off for now.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning? I can't hear them anymore. The voices of the spirits cowering from the curse. I suppose the Dung Eater must have left the round table. I just pray nothing ill comes of this.
I'm sure he's an upstanding citizen, Roderica. There's one part of the Subterranean Shunning-Grounds we haven't covered yet, and that's the upper part of the pipe area. That's where we're headed next. I'm going to spend my runes, go for Dex. Rolling is really scary on this walkway. This time we're going to go on these upper pipes here. Oops. That's no good. Get me out of here. One of them died. Two of them died. It's kind of fun having the Serpent God... Oh. Really? Got me from there? It's kind of fun having the Serpent God's Curved Sword just as a kill confirmation tool. Congratulates me on all my kills. 3 dead imps. Just from fall damage. I want my shield back. Still maintain that it's bullshit when you take damage from knocking the imps off the walls and they land on you. shortcut, kind of. So now we could go back to the Grace across the bridge, take that ladder down to the area, this place with the Omen, and then find this ladder back up. And that will let us get onto the top of this pipe. And go inside once again. This area, I like having a bunch of rainbow stones on hand. Because you can drop them to mark where you've been in the tunnels. I just landed at this spot. And I'm going to go this way first. And basically, as I pass an intersection or like a T-junction, I'm just going to mark the side I came from. Is that an imp that just fell off this pipe? Clipped through it? That was weird. Using items for their intended use in your From Software game? Yeah, it's the worst sin imaginable. But it makes for pretty lights, so it's all worth it. Okay, so we didn't go down this way. Yeah, I'm not going to come back to that junction, I think, so I won't drop a stone there. A dead end? No, it is. Okay. Oh, and so is this. Whoa. Oh, backtrack. Sure. No, I guess. Am I not full on flasks? I think I'm not. No, I have 13, don't I? 7 and 6. I haven't gotten the last flask upgrade. Yep. I need to kill you. Dead end. Four smithing 7s. What a haul. So this could take us back to the area with the imps, as you can see, but I don't want to go out there, so backtrack again. Are rainbow stones woke? Yes. You decide based on that whether you think they're valid or not. Okay, so we came... No, we have to go this way, right? Check both ends. And this is actually where we landed from above when we first entered this pipe. There's our first rainbow stone. So now let's go this way. It's actually that gate we encountered a long time ago. In the Basilisk Tunnel. So I believe... I should have marked that. This will take us back out to... I forget where we came into this. Is this the main part of the capital? No, okay, just like the very upper end of the Shunning-Grounds. So, that's a way back towards the capital. I actually passed my marker. Confused now. Whatever. This is where we want to go. Bunch of jars here. Whale time. Okie dokie, got ourselves another ritual pot. And here's the elevator to go all the way down to the bottom of this. What is this? Reservoir? Waterfall feature? Sewer drainage? Who knows? Cistern? Probably the more apt term. But it's the sewer. It's so gross. More decks. Fortunately, this boss is immune to bleed. That puts a cramp in my style. Like, I kind of want to try something that could be funny. If I swap out Bloodflame Blade for Electrify Armament. How much damage can Spinning Chain do? Oh, Dung Eater's here to help us out. See, I told you he was an upstanding citizen. Oh, I forgot to hotkey Moog shackle. I don't want garbage. shackle anymore. More time? Just in time before it got to 50%. You can't use the shackle again once the boss is below. Oh, I didn't want you to take that crit, Dung Eater. I was going to spam spinning chain on him while he was down. Oh yeah. Such teamwork. We get 117,000 runes from that. Sweet. I'm going to switch back to Morgot shackle because that's what we'll need next. Erdtree's favor +1. And there's a grace here, which we don't need to use. At least not yet. We'll come back. But one thing I like to do at this point is, now that we've encountered Moog, since there's no other like logical trigger for you doing this, is, you know, where is it? The Pureblood Knight's medal, and heading off to check out where the audience grounds from the Mogwyn dynasty are. All I actually want to do here is basically see it. We're taking the view across to Shifa River, which you can't really see that well from out here. But this corpse has the map. And there's also a golden centipede right here. And a site of grace right up the steps. I'll save the rest of this area for later. But we found Mogwyn Palace, and that means when we go back to the Round Table Hold, we can tell Gideon about it, and he'll give us something for it. Mogwyn Palace.
Oh, so that's where the so-called Lord of Blood was hiding himself, eh? A fitting little squat for that deluded maniac to bleat about the revival of his precious dynasty, while he turns our fellow tarnished into bloody fingers. Let him stay there. That way, his delusions will remain as they are, distant and unattainable. But perhaps it's worth looking into. If what I've heard is right, then maybe. Ah, my apologies.
No, go on, Gideon. What do you know about what's going on at Mogwyn Palace?
As promised, your reward, and it is a wondrous thing indeed. You are a true fellow. All I ask is that you remain constant.
Beaver's Cookbook 3. It lets you craft bewitching branches. Interestingly, that's a very Michelin item, but it's from a cookbook from a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. What could it mean?
Took youth no matter to lay out your own.
So we just got some extra stones. We can now upgrade our best smithing stone weapon to +22 using our second smithing stone 8, and we can raise a let's see. Guess we need I need a couple more 6s. Raise up the Knight Rider flail. Because we should have more 7s to spend, but I don't have anything that's at plus 18. Alright. Back to Leyndell. We've cleared the Subterranean Shunning-Grounds pretty much entirely, as far as we know right now. So we're going to head to Avenue Balcony, right alongside the main avenue through town. This time we are going to go down this way and out the door here. Make an immediate right because I don't want to get shot by that archer Leyndell Knight. Here's where we came up, and then we turned around and went to these ruins to get to the well. That's... You know, we could have gone up this way instead. He was not fooled by my little maneuver. Ooh, night helm. There's not much else to find down here. There's not really anything else to find down here, but on this level you are able to climb onto the wing of this gigantic dragon. And you can climb that to get across to a new part of the city. On this dragon's body, there's a handful of gravel stones. They're kind of hard to find. Let's see if I can get to them. I know there's a couple at the back of the wings. Somewhere. Promise. Hopefully. I don't know. A couple more at the front, right there. Huh. Oh, there was one of them, right down here. And... oh, God knows where else. It's not really important. Oh, there they are. Cool. Look, we've crossed town. Just realized I forgot to level up and spend my runes. Glad we didn't lose those. Level up 40 dex. Very good. Cane sword is a straight sword. It's pretty bad, I think. I think it has really weak base damage. Can't say I've used it myself. The straight swords are generally good weapons, but they're pretty samey, so you kind of just pick the ones that have good reach or the best damage. And I guess there's a couple of slightly altered movesets, but there's not really any reason to use the cane sword because it's not the best at any of those things. The lever we just pulled opens the doorway at the top of the steps at the end of the avenue here, so now we could actually go up those steps and into this western part of the capital instead of having to climb over the dragon again. Bubble Run win. Honestly, the Strength Faith is another thing I haven't done, but they nerfed the Longhorn, didn't they? Like after the DLC came out, which I think is pretty sad. That looked like a really fun weapon. I guess there's still hope for the Clayman flavored bubbles. They nerfed the whimsical weapons. It's so sad. I mean, honestly, my preference in this game tends to be to use the more realistic stuff, just because I think it fits with the theming better. But the whimsy is also appreciated sometimes. Ow. Oh, I got the Great Shield. Probably never going to use that. Ooh, wow, he's out of my range. I want to pull this one Leyndell Knight on the ground separately from the archer up above, just because I don't want to deal with getting shot over and over again while I fight this one. Probably should have swapped out my weapon buff skill too. Really? That Leyndell Knight is guaranteed to drop his seal, the Gravelstone seal, which is not as good as other seals in terms of raw damage, but it does give you a bonus to the Dragon Cult incantations. And the lightning incantations are really strong in general, so it can be a very good tool. Don't really know why I'm frenzying bursting this guy, because I think I just want to run past and sneak up behind him, but oh well. I did it. Here's a fun item to get. You have to make a kind of tricky jump. Here. Yep. Failed it. And when you run in, you have to not fall through the hole as well. Can I go out through here? Nope. I'm too tall. Am I done with Xenoblade 3? Yeah, I think so. There's a chance I go do the Future Redeemed campaign at some point. But as far as the main game is concerned, yeah, I don't think there's anything else I want to show off. We got a mission with Bernal to come here to the Fortified Manor and kill some of the original inhabitants of the Round Table Hold. That is this fight. We're going to invade Vargrim the Raging Wolf and errant sorcerer Wilhelm simultaneously with Bernal as our ally. This is a good thing we're doing, right? Vargrim's the guy, a lot of the key art for the game. And as you could guess from his title, Wilhelm is sorcerer. They both fall very quickly to repeating thrust cross Naginata, it seems. And our reward this time, like with our other contracts, at least many of them, is the new drip, the Raging Wolf set. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the greatest poise ever, but I do really like the look. Let's see, where is it? Looks awesome. Oh, can we make it work with the scaled greaves and gauntlets, maybe? No, it doesn't get us 51 poise. Fire Prelate gauntlets do. Let's rock that for a while. Now I am Jane Elden Ring. We also get Ulbricht's set. That was the guy who invaded us in the Round Table a long time ago. I would drop Electrify Armament, but it's actually going to be useful very soon, so I'll hold on to it for just a little while longer. And in here we can get another painting. This one is showing the outer walls of Leyndell. Aren't really a lot of landmarks, but it's the lookout tower is in the foreground there, so it's over here with the tower and then this capital. What are my pronouns? He, him. But I'm playing a female character. Virgins, but now I have the ultimate counter if I can dodge their grab attack. I'm not gonna gank. No. At least they hit each other. pretty funny that the spin attack did that much damage to the other conductor version. Nice. Could have gone worse. I like the sound effect of the lightning crackling on your weapon. With Stormhawk Axe. You know, we could use that, I think. Is that a slightly dex-oriented axe? We have returned to the Divine Bridge. This is where we teleported way back from the tower down in Weeping Peninsula, the Tower of Return. But we weren't able to get into the capital from here because we couldn't use the elevator. It is one of the few technically glitchless sequence breaks that I think the only glitchless one, well, depending how you count canceling fall damage with like crits, I suppose, or the explosive physic, is you can theoretically get invaded here and your invader can spawn below the elevator and ride it up and thereby open the shortcut for you. You know what? I'll keep Electrify Armament just a little while longer. Because the next boss also doesn't bleed. Kill the glowing eyes dog. Thank you for the runes. So I didn't go into the, I guess it's the south annex on the first floor because you can't go up the stairs there. Because unlike in the round table hold that we know, these stairs are broken. There's a corpse dangling on them. But yeah, as you can tell more clearly up here. This is the physical location that the round table hold is, I guess, some kind of, I don't know, astral plane mirror of or something. This is Hugh's spot, but of course he's not here. It's just filled with a whole bunch of axes and swords and stuff. We do get the Sanctified Wet Blade, which is our last Wet Blade that lets us put Holy or Lightning affinities on using physical Ashes of War. So we can finally, I guess it's Sacred or Lightning affinities. But we can finally apply Lightning with a lot more skills than we previously could with just things like Lightning Bolt and Lightning Slash. Here's the round table, which has a rune arc. Coated Sword is the bigger, heavier, and stronger counterpart to the Cypher Pata, a pure holy weapon. over in the Dung Eater's room, we find another corpse he's defiled. Lovely. Pata in Spanish is a slang word for feet. Huh. I did want to point out that, so here's the throne. Instead of having the two fingers here and then a big Erdtree emblem behind it. And I think, was it in Hugh's room? There's a giant, I think on the balcony as well, there's a giant painting of Godfrey. Yeah. Got it. Godfrey and Marika. The love that lasts, right? And also a mysterious other figure here. I was going to just jump the railing to get down here. Anyway, at the bottom of these stairs, this is the place where we found the dining room with the Assassin's Prayer book and the imp statues and everything. There's more items here. More black key bolts like we found in the first chest, and a different prayer book, the Two Fingers prayer book. We'll have to find someone to hand that off to. And then finally in the kitchen, just a couple commoners hanging out for us to murder. And lowest graphics of the potato. Your potato can actually run Elden Ring, so you've never actually seen these paintings in your game. Does the changing the texture quality actually modify the paintings that much? That's fun. Kind of crazy. There's some regular Erdtree guardians here, and then others that have this big flower blooming from their backs. Only the flowers, ones with flowers, are aggressive. The other ones will just sit there until you attack them. So you can snipe the flowering ones if you want and not have to deal with any aggression, really. These flowering ones are the only ones in the whole game that drop the altered version of the Guardian Garb. Well, it's not called altered. The full bloom version, which has a unique effect. It increases the healing from your crimson flasks. So it is theoretically kind of nice to get it if you're willing to hot swap to it to get more healing. And it is also one of the few kinds of farmable items that is completely missable. Go down this way. If this dropped the full... Sweet. Never have to farm it. Thank you. Let's pop that on just to check it out, since Iris, you like it so much. I do like the look too, honestly. But it is kind of in your face. Big flowers. Coming down this way, we can't actually get up to the Colosseum level. We missed the pathway there. But what we can get to is the corpse that's on the other side of that broken bridge we saw before. The one by the Lion Guardian. And that just has another smithing stone for us. Streamer luck indeed. You know, I haven't even... I don't think I've had to turn on my streamer luck powers. For real. It's just happening. Not even trying. I think I got a... Did I get a Commoner's Headband altered too at some point? I think I did. Yep. Like the best headgear in the game for showing off your face, short of just not having headgear at all. switch to my Serpent God sword. Okay, boss time. Wait, I'll chance it a little bit and just use Blessing's Boon for my healing going into this. That wasn't big enough. Okay. I'm not super familiar with Godfrey's patterns. I know, like, if you just watch and dodge properly, he's pretty straightforward. It was not the right time to do that. What was that? It was the same wrong opening. I think the big slam is good, though. Now, I could try the sprint all the way up to the dungeon boss here and save my gold pickled Falfoot. I probably could kill it in less than 3 minutes, but I want to summon both NPC helpers for that fight, and that's going to make it take a lot longer, so I won't bother rushing. We did get our 4th talisman slot, though, which is a really big deal, and also a huge number of runes. So we'll level up some more. I think I would most like to just get more decks right now. And swap spells. I do want Blood Flame Blade back. And for our 4th talisman slot, let's put on the Lord of Blood's Exaltation. Having cleared the Erdtree Sanctuary here gives us a couple new pathways. Probably the most important is going up. Well, going up. First you have to go out to the east side. I got all these dead finger readers. We want to go up to that building there and then all the way up to the Erdtree. Quick detour out this way and get on the roof. Let's get back inside here. Get a bow and open a shortcut if for some reason we want to climb up from the Erdtree Sanctuary to the next boss arena. I guess you could die to the one enemy on the way there. And then up on this branch we get the Golden Order of Principia, which is, no, not the last prayer book in the game, but the only one that's actually quest relevant. You go to the left right before the boss fight for the Godfrey. There's also got probably. You're right. I forgot about going down on that ledge. I'll do that real quick right now. There's one, what's it called? Black Knife Assassin guarding, turns out to be Marika's bedchamber. What does that mean? Let's go get that item we missed. Just slightly down the route here. And get to this side of the rooftop. And there's one more guard. Can I get a second? Oh. Okay. Back to the bedchamber. We're almost there. I like that you can peek around the wall here and see the boss up there. But because we've released the Dung Eater, we have two possible summons. We can summon him again, and we can bring in longtime companion Melina. Doing this does not make the boss fight easier. It makes it substantially harder, in my opinion, because Morgot does not have... Well, he has pretty good stance. Like more than Margot does, but HP is pretty low relative to your power level at this point in the game. And summoning two NPCs to help kind of ruins that, and they don't really make up for it with their damage. Oh well. Give them some regen, some damage reduction, damage buff. Go, as usual, Blood Flame Blade and Flame Grant Me Strength. And refill, and two-hand and go in.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Malenia. General Radagon. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Ranni.
I really like this scene.
Willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgot, last of all kings.
What a line. Allies, can help. Nice bleed. Oh, that's not what I intended. I was trying to switch to Margot Shackle, but I missed it, and now he's in a phase transition already. Oh well, no Shackle for me. Morgot has punished the Dung Eater. Am I dead? No. Good. The one criminal he locked up that I fully support. I fully support the locking up of the Dung Eater, I should say. We did it, Melina, and thanks for your help, Dung Eater. Oh my god, we opened the way to the Erdtree. But look, we can talk to Morgot too. And interestingly, all his Omen horns disappear in his dying moments. And I wonder if that's meant to represent that, like, he's actually being rewarded by the Erdtree for being the one person to truly defend it all this time, even though his family spurned him, exiled him, and basically treated him like shit for his entire life. Or if that's, you know, something else. But it's interesting that the curse can be cured somehow.
Tarnished.
Aren't horn symbols of divinity? According to the horn scent.
The Erdtree wards off all who deign approach.
So if you take that perspective, then he's lost his grace because he's been defeated by you.
Forsaken. None may claim the title of Elden Lord. Thy deeds shall be met with failure, just as I.
I pressed plus right down A to pay respects. Impenetrable thorns refuse all. None may enter the Erdtree. What? Came all the way here and we can't get in? Raining, that seems appropriate. You're not allowed to leave at all until you rest at this grace. I'm sitting in the floor. Oops.
Old friend, allow me a moment to converse with you. You are unable to enter the Erdtree, no? Prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erdtree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act, so I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me.
Is there a way to get to the mountaintop without facing Morgot? No, because you have to get the roll medallion from Melina, and even without that, you can't get to the Forbidden Lands because there's a seal on the way towards the Divine Tower of East Altus. It disappears when you defeat Morgot. How could you have great runes but be denied the title of Elden Lord? I was going to say, how can you have a seat at the Elden Throne? Oh, damn it. Maybe I can make the jump again. I hate that landing on things destroys them. I don't know if you can make that jump. There's Morgot's corpse. God. Yeah, maybe you can't jump high enough. Oh, I wanted to sit on the throne. was gonna say, how can you have a seat on the Elden Throne and not be the Elden Lord? It'd be my Star Wars reference. You were trying to think of a way to burn the Erdtree and face the Leyndell bosses back to back like in Dark Souls 2. You can always cheat. Try jumping farther away. Maybe. Nope. Incredible destructive powers of my downward arc seem to be too strong. Oh well. I should have talked to Melina again. She had a little bit more dialogue there. Oh well. So one quick detour now. We're not quite done with the capital. Down at the western rampart. Let's go fight this gargoyle. Killed the other envoys for us. At least one of them. Why are your legs so spindly? Stupid statue thing. Who designs a statue that way anyway? It's a kill, though. Out. It's a duelist. Now, what would really be miraculous is if somehow I got all the duelist gear to drop from these two guys who are the only enemies in the game who could drop it. No luck on the first one.
Continue your reflections, your rhythms. I must be the one to record them. What matters this issue of Radagon, really? The Erdtree, heart of the Golden Order, lies before our very eyes. Why must these qualms come to you now? We were on the very cusp.
What you thinking, Gold Mask? Right on.
Was that you? Sorry, I hardly noticed. I'm a little shaken since the Master ceased his movements. The Master's reflections had heightened as we neared the Erdtree. While still a precise calculus, the rhythms grew increasingly wild until he simply ceased. Now the Master is facing quite the puzzle. The Golden Order is founded on the principle that Marika is the one true god. However, the name of Marika's second husband King Consort Radagon also appeared. Who exactly was Radagon? The Master is stumped. His finger has remained still ever since Radagon's name was discovered. Curse my mediocre mind. The Master only has me. And here I fail him.
Huh.
Who exactly was Radagon? The Master is stumped. His finger has remained still. But oh, the Erdtree. Heart. Why must we were on the...
Well, I don't know, Corin, but I can give you some prayer books. Now, I'm pretty sure this is a mistake, but if you give him the 2 fingers prayer book,
That is
calls it a work of heresy,
Its incantations bear no lineage.
even though he himself is
Very well.
by default, a salesman of 2 fingers incantations.
I cannot afford to maintain my innocence any longer. I must dirty my hands to test my faith, even if it offers only the most meager of hints. I will do whatever I can to help my master.
He does not protest the Golden Order Principia, though.
It is a volume of incantation. It's good to see your enthusiasm. Indeed, I will happily take it off your hands.
Got it the other way around, Atlas. The 2 fingers ones are pure faith incantations, but the Golden Order ones are int and faith. So having provided those 2 prayer books, we can now use, we can now buy Lord's Heal, which is 1 grade stronger than Great Heal. Costing 55 FP instead of 45 FP is kind of a drag. I think in terms of efficiency, Great Heal is the better choice, but if you want bigger heals, you can use this. Lord's Aid cures poison, blood loss, and sleep buildup for yourself and allies nearby. I can hardly imagine a situation where you'd ever get any use out of removing blood loss or sleep buildup in an AoE. Maybe for poison if you're exploring a poison dungeon with friends, but yeah, this is pretty useless. And then for the Golden Order Principia, we've got access now to Radagon's Rings of Light, which is, I think, the strongest of the Golden Order spells, at least nominally. And more importantly for us, Law of Regression, which is a pure int spell that cures all ailments and dispels all special effects. So it will remove any status effect on you in the game, poison, rot, death, blight, whatever. And if you're doing a pure int character who doesn't have any faith at all, that's the way you cure that stuff, I guess, other than having boluses for them. But it does require 37 intelligence and no faith at all. So for us, with our meager 7 base intelligence, it's going to be a challenge to meet these requirements, but these requirements without actually investing in int, but it is doable. And we do need to cast Law of Regression for Corin's quest. We just picked up the Starfists, which are one of the most broken weapons in the game. They're a fist weapon with a really fast charged R2 that does, I think, 30 stance damage. Of course, being fists, they're paired weapons. They have an 8 bleed, so it's basically just an enhanced version of the Iron Balls, which we haven't gotten because we haven't killed Blackguard. Just strictly better in every way. And they're amazing, and people use them for things like level 1 runs or just no hits in general. It's pretty easy to script fights with the Starfists, as I understand it. I never really used them, though. The Ritual Shield Talisman gives you a huge damage reduction bonus when you're at full health. So I can just show the difference. I'm at like low to mid 30s in all my physical negations right now. If I put on the Ritual Shield Talisman, I will have... Why not at full HP? Guess I'm not. The Ritual Shield Talisman will raise that to the low to mid 50s. So basically 20 percentage points. I believe the actual effect is something like... Well, okay, cutting from like 65 to 45. It's like almost 1/3 damage reduction. And this, I think, is also really helpful if you're doing a rune level 1 run. Because otherwise a lot of things one-shot you. Okay, moving on. If we go back to the Queen's bedchamber and rest there after we talk to Melina at the Elden Throne, you get a really big hint. We weren't paying attention to some other hints about, say, what Muriel, the Turtle Pope, said about a sculptor here in Leyndell. Well, check out what Melina tells us.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words, O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
Radagon is Marika's other self. I'm going to memorize Law of Regression, even though I can't use it. And in my physic, I'm going to put in both the Strength Not tier and the Intelligence Not tier. And I need to equip Colossal Swords. Where are you? Grafted Blade Greatsword. So I currently have 12 intelligence with Godric's Great Rune. I need to get to 37. Or to Erdtree Sanctuary. So I can get 10. So I'm at 12 with the Great Rune. I can get 10 more with the Flask. That's 22. 5 more from the skill on the Grafted Blade Greatsword, which I will be able to use once I two-hand it and use the Strength tier. So that's 27. And then I can get the remaining 10 points with the combination of things. I'm going to go for the Twin Sage Glintstone Crown, which gives me 6 int. And also the Stargazer. Oh, I haven't gotten the Stargazer yet. I forgot. I need to go grab that. Can I get there without it? 7, 10, 5, 22, 7. No, I'm going to be short. Never mind. We have to go get the heirloom first. We'll be right back. Okay, I can drop this. Mindful. Right. Okay. Need to go check in with Boggart. No, I need to go to the Round Table Hold first.
The Erdtree has spurned you. The fingers remain still, shaken by this turn of events. They are busy consulting the greater will. When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me.
Chat, do you think you could wait tens of thousands of years if you had
You ever managed to wait?
resurrective immortality?
Oh my.
Wouldn't recommend it given what we learn about the status of the fingers in the DLC, but you could try it.
Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too? The Rune of Death goes by two names. The other is Destined Death. The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation. Unleashing the rune now would be unthinkable. The fingers would never permit it. Nor would the greater will. But here we are. The fingers dormant, severing our link to the greater will. The realm and all life in ruins. Impossible events transpire beyond the ken of the fingers. Who is to say that the cardinal sin must be cardinal forever? Go on.
Inya,
Finish the job.
are you
Take the course
endorsing
you
an
deem
act
most
of
worthy.
heresy? Sin? Scandalous.
You must find kindling. Only the smoldering flame in the great forge of the giants on the highest peak in the lands between can burn the Erdtree. But special kindling is required to reignite the flame. For the flame to burn the Erdtree, a sacrifice is needed. Of one who envisions the flame and can lead you to the rune of death.
That line is like one of the few points in the game that gives you any indication that somehow you'll be taken to the place where the rune of death is after you make the sacrifice. Otherwise, I mean, even still with that line, it feels like it's completely out of left field where you end up going after doing that. You can turn in the Remembrance of the Omen King, or either Morgot's Cursed Sword, which is a dex and arcane weapon mainly, but leaning towards dexterity. Or the Regal Omen Baron, which is like a super Wraith Calling Bell, basically. I'm going to go for the weapon, just because I don't think the tool here is all that important, but I'm not going to use either, I don't think.
Now go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
He's brave for saying that right next to the two fingers. They're dormant, right? That's what she says. Also, we can buy Morgot's rags. That's all we get. Its only armor piece is a single cloak
Now go forth.
with terrible
Let
poise.
the words of the fingers guide you.
You. What is it? If you're heading to the Forge of the Flame of Ruin, in the snowy mountaintops of the Giants, you'll need to find the Grand Lift of Rold, beyond the Forbidden Region. Or go if you would. Take no heed of cardinal sin. The two fingers lost their purpose a long, long time ago.
That's reassuring. It's also reassuring is that Gideon's awful posture makes me feel really tall for once. Next quest trigger that's we're interested in, though, is reading this message from the Dung Eater telling us, "I'll defile you next. Come to the outer moat." So now that we've read that, if we go... I think Oriza's side tube is closest. If we go there and check in with our friend Boggart, well, I'm sure nothing bad has happened. See, he's fine.
All right, mate. Want some more crab, do you? Yeah. And now I've seen it here again. Never thought I would. What he does to those bodies. It was him. No question. That monster. He's lurking round here.
Doesn't sound good. We reload the area. Well, I'm sorry, pal. You can do these quests in such a way that Blackguard survives. Yes, you can. If you never buy the prawn from him, so he never comes up here to the moat around Leyndell, then you can advance Dung Eater's quest and not have this invasion event. Or I think he'll invade you. I don't know if he invades you at all or if it just skips this event. Something. But Boggart's not here, so he doesn't get killed. That does mean you miss out on a seedbed curse, but there's one spare seedbed curse in the game.
The end. For a jumped up little shit with big ideas. Help me out. Would you, mate? I don't want to get cursed. Just let me die. I don't want to live like this. Not anymore. So, please.
You have my spear, Boggart. I will protect you. Oh, Dung Eater blesses me.
Fall your corpse. Then the pox will scrape by your own.
If you dodged me like that. Sword of Milos. That's a dex weapon. With innate bleed. Sadly, you can't buff it. But the unique skill causes inflicts a debuff on nearby foes and makes them take more damage, which is kind of cool. And also, when you kill things with this equipped, works like the Serpent God's Curse Sword, but for FP, restores FP on kill. Kind of neat. Sorry, Boggart, but at least we didn't let the... I guess we kind of did let the Dung Eater defile your corpse if we did find a seedbed corpse on it, or a seedbed curse on it. Oh well. You didn't deserve that.
There you are.
What did you do to my friend?
Warded off my blessing, despite the curse stirring within you. No one has succeeded in that before. How? I thought. Then it hit me that you are, in fact, me. And I am the Dung Eater.
I am you, and you are the Dung Eater?
That must receive the blessing.
Ugh, my head hurts.
Give me your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse.
You never really enjoyed the whole defilement of corpses from this guy?
Until it is done.
You're the first person to ever feel that way, Iris. Everyone else really enjoys the idea of defiling corpses like that.
Countless I have killed, and countless I have defiled, and soon the fruits will be born. Hundreds will be reborn cursed, and they'll bear thousands of cursed children, who bear tens
Hey,
of
back me up on that,
thousands
chat. Everyone else really likes Dung Eater and thinks he's a swell dude.
just like me, and they'll kill and defile and bless in my stead. The rotten fools. My fate was the grandest, most brilliant of them all. My corporeal
He's got a grand fate plan for everyone. Isn't that awesome?
capital. Give it your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, until a curse ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself.
Okay, I'll do that. You don't really like it being included at all because it feels... Yeah. Well, certainly, yes, it has overtones of that kind of thing. I think what's interesting about the Dung Eater's questline is how he is simultaneously an awful, awful human being who has nothing but hatred in his heart for everyone. But he weirdly admires the Omens, who are like the scapegoats for all of the problems of the Golden Order, and wants to spread their curse of having horns to everyone and make everyone equal in that way too. So I think it's interesting to have like a very villainous character who is kind of sort of getting at a correct idea, but in a very horrific way. Isn't he an Omen though? No, he just wears a... He's just a dude in a suit.
A curse upon them all. They'll be born cursed, All of them, along with their children. And their children.
I'm not sure there's any definite proof that the Dung Eater's curse actually spreads the Omen curse. I don't think you even see like horns growing on the defiled corpses or anything. But it may just be some crazy thing he's dreamed up from his visions. But yes, in a way he's trying to seek a form of egalitarianism. It's just that his version of that is making life horrible agony for everyone, instead of having some kind of positive vision for the future. We've come all this way, still with Seluvis's potion in hand, because, at least for this playthrough, we are not signing on with the Dung Eater's vision of the future. And Seluvis's potion is one way to give him a fate that maybe in some sense he deserves.
No. I am the Dung Eater. I am.
The potion makes him forget. So now we've completed the requirement for the next stage of Seluvis's quest, to get Dung Eater's puppet instead of Nefeli's puppet. And if I had to pick on, I know which of those two I prefer to make into a horrible, mindless slave, and it's not Nefeli. At this point, once you've administered the potion, you can also still attack and kill the Dung Eater and get his armor set. I'm going to do that. It'll just break one thing. I believe you won't see his puppet in Seluvis's basement, like you would if you don't do this. But I want the armor, just to have it. And we can read the description on that armor, which gives a little bit more insight about the Dung Eater. It's like his armor resembles an omen with its horns cut off. His form is a vision of the landscape of his mind and of his appearance as he wished to see it. Part of an omen without the body to match, could there be any crueler existence? What does it matter then if the curse claims it all? So, for whatever reason, the Dung Eater feels akin to the Omen. He's not an Omen. He doesn't have their body. He doesn't have their physical curse, but he dons this armor to look like the Omen that have been hunted, like the ones that the Omen killers have killed and saw their horns off. And then his chest has a sun medallion on it, representing the guidance he once saw and the ring to which it will one day lead. Kind of messed up. Well, very messed up. Let's go check in with Seluvis. But anyway, to talk a little bit more about like whether a game like this should have stuff like Dung Eater's quests in it. I don't enjoy it, but I think it's how do I want to put this? I think it's good for a game to like give you an option to perform evil in a way that's more real than just being like a cackling bad guy who kills innocents for no reason. A lot of games that try to offer some kind of evil option just fall into that trap, and it's really boring and stupid. So I like that there is an outcome in the Dung Eater's ending. It seems pretty clearly like an awful thing to happen to everyone. but has some kind of twisted philosophy on it that you could at least begin to understand. Like, I want everyone to share in the same misery that I had, basically. I think that's a way more interesting way to represent evil and let a player participate in it than what a lot of role-playing games actually have you do.
Ah, so you made Nepheli drink the potion. Well done.
Also, Seluvis is really stupid, because what I just did had nothing to do with giving Nepheli a potion, but I guess I brought back my empty bottle and just showed it to him, and he's like, oh good, job done.
Under the tutelage of the great preceptor Seluvis. I doubt much of it will lay within the grasp of a mere tarnished, but if you put your mind to it, perhaps you won't embarrass Our Lady. You wish to begin right this moment? Well, your impatience, though boorish, is understandable. Let's have at it.
So we can finally buy spells from Seluvis. Of course, we're never going to use these, but I'll buy them for completion's sake. I think Glintstone Icecrag is the first ice sorcery you can get. First one that inflicts frostbite. Especially if you do the quest earlier by handing off the potion to Nepheli or Gideon.
So, you had Nepheli drink the potion? Truly? Then perhaps
Alice is bringing up how the stats show that gamers heavily favor the perceived good endings or paths over the evil ones. Yeah. In a way, I find that heartwarming. That, like, given the option to do good or evil for no actual consequence, people will almost always be good. I think that's nice. And almost always when people do the evil paths, it's just because they're curious what they are, not because they in any way believe in them.
you break into a man's private chambers, rooting about as you please. Your offishness knows no bounds. Fine and well. You tricked Nepheli and had her drink the potion. I believe that makes you my accomplice. You yearn for a puppet of your own, hmm? Well, normally one of your stature would never be allowed. But perhaps I can make a very special exception. Now, choose.
I mean, Seluvis's quest is frankly more disturbing to me as an option that you could actively try to pursue than the Dung Eater's quest. Because, especially if you give it to Nepheli, what you're doing is way less fantastical than some weird curse from defiling corpses. But hey, right now we're playing our part, supposedly. So even though he's realized that it didn't quite work on Nepheli, he is rewarding us for being his accomplice. We can get one puppet for free, either the Finger Maiden Theralina puppet, which, so it turns out that that Finger Maiden we met at the Radon Festival was a puppet being piloted by Seluvis, I guess. Or the Jar White puppet, which is one of the other guys we found in Seluvis's dungeon. The Jar Head guy. The Jar White puppet costs more to buy later, so I'm going to buy that one. Seluvis is the reason you feel slimy siding with Ranni. I mean, the good news is, Ranni tells you as soon as you meet her, hey, go ahead and deceive these guys and use them for your own ends, because they'll be using you for theirs, and she has absolutely no problem with you deceiving the hell out of Seluvis like we just did. So, good. I need to sit at grace to advance the quest, I think. So, check in at Ronnie's Rise again. And if I rest here, I might be able to talk to Melina. Yeah.
Think not of the kindling. I shall see to that. All I ask of you is to make the journey to the snowy mountaintops of the giants, far above the clouds. I know I'm asking you to commit a cardinal sin, but it must be done to reach the path beyond. And that is the path I wish to travel. What is your mind?
I don't think I've decided quite yet, Elena.
Shall I turn your runes?
But I will turn my runes to strength, thank you.
Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Atlas said, I think it's implied that Seluvis himself is just a puppet too. Yeah, we'll get to that. It's a little unclear, but it seems that way.
Begging for another lesson, so that I mean.
Guess I have to quit out too.
Begging for another lesson. That I mean.
I want a new puppet.
What's that? You want another puppet? Quite the keen paramour, aren't we?
I'm Veruca Salt.
But I'm afraid each and every one is like a child to me. I can hardly just give them away.
I know, Seluvis, reading the descriptions on some of these, I would say they're not like a child to you.
Why don't you...
Or maybe they are, and that's even more horrifying. Ugh.
Shards. If you can manage it, I'll gladly prepare a new puppet for you. The soul of every puppet has its own ambience. You'll soon come to know once you possess a few. And once each's predilections are known to you, the better you'll be able to love them. Oh yes, you have much to look forward to further down this road.
Right, now we can get our Dung Eater puppet as well. The Dung Eater despaired at how he met his end, how hideous and sinister this puppet is, and yet its utter despair invites one to care for it. Is that weirdly kind of heartwarming? It's so sad that you can't help but pity it. Aw.
You're proving to be quite the puppeteer. I've not had an apprentice for a very long time indeed. How's the puppet I gave you? A thing of exquisite craft, is it not? Perhaps you'd be interested in a little scheme of mine. It will produce the finest of puppets, which I aspire to cherish with these very hands. A ploy to fool even Lady Ranni. How does that sound? I knew I had you pegged. You're just like me. Then I'd like you to procure something. A rather unique...
That's your cue to say, huh, chat?
Amber. With that, my special draft...
When he says he had me pegged.
A sweetness. And even a demigod would be slave to its charms.
Well, good news, we already found the Amber Starlight.
Well.
We got that map from Pidia that
You managed
took us right to it.
lay your hands on it. The blessed day is finally upon us. Goodness gracious, the way it glistens. Utterly enchanting. To think this was once a demigod's very fate. My, oh my, oh my.
Also seems like the Amber Starlight is specifically tied to Miquella. Given, you know, the statue of Miquella and Melania that it's next to, and the sacramental buds and and everything you find around it. And its golden hue and everything, which is interesting. Maybe that's a sort of indicator that a piece of Miquella's fate has already been cast off at this point in the timeline, although he's still in the cocoon. Spoilers.
Are you still here? Ah, yes, I should give you your reward. Yeah, please. It's all yours. It's splendid work. It's just marvelous. Now just you wait. The merriment is soon to begin.
The scheme I promised is to be revealed very shortly.
Puka, you're surprised there was never an ending related to the dynasty? Yeah, it does seem like an odd omission. You know, you're right, especially with the metal like being kind of weird, but you're never given a chance to. Well, I guess you could side with the blood cult in that you could do all the stuff for Vare and then just never go kill Moog. But there's never an opportunity to side with Moog. The only demigod you can side with in the game is Ranni. So, I kind of doubt that there was an ending planned in that direction. But there's definitely room to make that a possibility if they wanted to do that. Oh, we finally got the Magic Scorpion Charm, which I believe is the last one for us to find, unless we haven't found the Lightning Scorpion Charm. This is the one only one that's missable in the game. Because if you turn in the Finger Slayer Blade before you go do Seluvis' quest, you will not be able to get it. Gold is the color of separation in this game. Well, in a way, I guess that's true. It's identified with purity, and that by nature sort of requires that you separate and expel the impurities.
Good. I've been waiting for you. It's finally complete.
The perfection of my draft.
Moog has been mind-controlled for a bit, though, right? Yes, that's correct.
Give it to Ranni and ensure she drinks it.
The dead-eyed doll lets down her guard in your presence, rather remarkably. Though she might dip her hands in the dirt and feign that icy...
Seluvis, I don't like the way you're leaning in and whispering in my ear.
She's a frail, gentle girl at heart. You understand, don't you? That once you have Ranni drink my draft, my scheme will come to fruition. And we'll be in a position to claim the very finest puppet ever crafted. Just imagine the pure elation.
Well, let me go look at that draft you gave me. Give it to Ranni and ensure she drinks it, and we'll be in a position to claim the very finest puppet ever crafted. Sounds like a plan to me. Me and my 7 intelligence really working hard right now. I'm going to give this potion to a puppet to turn her into a puppet. What could go wrong? Minister draft, let's do it.
Well, this is a most unpleasant awakening. The depths of wickedness never fail to surprise me. I am saddened that thou wouldst succumb to such depravity. Led astray by
What did I do
Seluvis
wrong?
with devious tonic in hand.
I just wanted to make you a really
Didst
good
thou
puppet.
think to have thy way with me? Be gone, hapless scum. I won't have another whiff of thy rotten breath.
Ranni, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
I have spoken. Away from my sight.
No, please.
Is the third time, fiend. Enough of thy unbearable breath.
Oh, there goes Deathless. Guess I've screwed up again. Muriel, save me. Yay, my sins are absolved. Ranni, please love me again. That was easy. Why did Marika do that instead of instigating this whole affair? She did do that. That's the origin of the ritual. Turtle Pope tells us about that. Radagon went and invaded Liurnia and caused a huge war and basically lost, but sought absolution at the Church of Vows.
Ah, it was thee, not blithe it seemeth. Even in my slumber I
Time for me to do my best Patches impression.
It's in thy possession, is it not?
An honest mistake, Ranni. Water under the bridge. Here, have this sword.
Finally, all the pieces are in place. Soon must
You would think maybe that would occur to me sooner. Be like, I'm sorry I gave you that thing.
only I may tread.
Have the Finger Slayer blade and I'll make it up to you.
Ah, but before I leave, I must entrust thee with this. Take it. My
Are an inverted
flesh
statue.
lieth beyond the seal unlocked by it, upon which is carved the curse mark of thy desire. I can fathom what thy purpose might be. Neither of us is welcomed by the brighter path, I see. You may leave now. It was but brief, but thou gavest me fine service. What is it? Thy purpose in approaching me was to obtain the curse mark, was it not? You may leave now.
But I mean, yeah, I did just want to get the curse mark, but
On
honestly,
the dark path only I may tread.
I've had fun working with Eugene Blythe too. Seluvis maybe not so much. Now a new race has appeared at the top of Ranni's rise, just to make it a little bit more convenient to come back way later on. But Ranni herself is gone. Will we see her again? Probably. Oh boy. So here's Seluvis. He appears to be dead. Get his outfit, but I guess we just walked up and stripped him. But what's interesting about this is he's in the same pose as all those puppets that were in his dungeon, which is why it seems that perhaps Seluvis was a puppet all along. That, or he was just made into a puppet. Maybe it was Ranni. Like, it could be that Ranni has found out about Seluvis' scheme and decided to turn his drugs against him. Kind of unclear. You can buy whatever puppets you haven't purchased before, still from his corpse, which maybe suggests that he's not truly dead, just dead in mind, because he's been puppeted. The other thing that happens now, though, is if you go back down the cliffside here to get back to Pydia, well, you find out something has gone terribly wrong. Pydia has just been killed by 3 of the puppets. And that gets us Dolores, the Sleeping Arrow. This is interesting because the description says, Dolores once belonged to the Round Table Hold. So she was another of the Tarnished, apparently, where she was both a critic and a friend of Gideon the All-Knowing. It was because of her that he and Seluvis went their separate ways, which I think implies that Seluvis gave the puppet potion to Dolores when she was the object of his like unwanted affection, probably, and Gideon did not take well to that. It's also kind of crazy that Gideon reacted that way to puppeting Dolores, but tells you it's fine if you want to do that to Nefeli. Father of the Year again. In the Elden Ring manga, Ranni turns him into a puppet. That's the thing that I think makes the most sense. More so than the idea that he was a puppet all along who was controlled by Pydia.
Oh, there you are. Good of you to drop
And the Pydia as the secret puppet master thing is also kind of cool, but
Lady Ranni has departed on
I just feel like it's more logical that it's not the case.
From Rena's rise.
The other puppets in the game can't even talk. I mean, other than Ranni herself, I guess. But Seluvis was yapping a lot.
Counselor, and moreover, her childhood warden, I express my deepest gratitude. You and only you were Lady Ranni's true champion.
Thanks, E.G. Glad we're not too miffed about that time I killed Blythe, or that time I tried to drug Ranni.
Ranni for as long as I can remember. It has been a long and wondrous journey. Now Lady Ranni is in your hands. I pray that you serve her well, unto the very end.
So E.G. just told us, when we first talked to him, that Ranni has departed from Rena's Rise. I think that's the only direct hint in the game that you can now go there. There's nothing else that tells you the seal on Rena's Rise has been broken, I don't think. We couldn't go in before because the front door was just blocked. But now we can. Maybe we can get Ranni's hat. and the rest of our armor set. And if we go to the top of this tower, there is a sending gate that would warp us to a new area in the Ainsel River. But we'll get there another way. What I'm more interested in doing right now is using the Carian inverted statue and going to the study hall. To check that out. It says, this statuette with ground and sky inverted reveals the hidden form of the Carian study hall which connects to the divine tower. To unveil the secret, affix it to the pedestal of the celestial globe. Right over here. Turn this place upside down. Now the... look, that pool is at the ceiling. We broke gravity, everyone. Maybe our worst sin of all. And once again, we get to fight Miriam. I say get to. It's not everyone's favorite thing to do. Nice, got the one cycle. Otherwise, Miriam will teleport down to the lower ledge down on the south side. But, got her in... Or she could teleport. Luckily, the rest of the enemies in here are just scaled to like, regular Liurnia level, just like last time we came here, so they're not very hard. The Mask of Confidence is a version of Seluvis' hat, but without the brim, just the hood. And it gives you +3 arcane, which is cool. While looking decent, unlike several other arcane boosting helmets. Navigating across these beams is scary. Wonder what happened to the rats that were on these when you turn the tower upside down. Did they all just fall off to their deaths? Or are they just stuck to the bottom somehow? Squid Mask is the best one for sure. So true. I did get that, didn't I? Yeah. the look. 10 out of 10 drip. Finally, we can reach the Divine Tower. Got some sleep pots. I'm going to drop Margot's shackle and put in Moog's on my bar just for utility later. And yeah, got sleep pots. Good to go. Our first Godskin noble enemy, and interestingly, this is I think the only Godskin in the game that is not itself a boss. Officially. No boss health bar. Not bad. The Godskin noble set's kind of funny because it more or less reveals that the wearer, like the nobles themselves, are not really fat. They are just wearing an outfit that's a sewn together pile of subcutaneous fat, which is, it must smell awful. Oof. Yeah. The one piece of that set that's like really useful for optimization purposes is the Noble's bracelets, because it's got pretty good waist to weight ratio for an arm piece. Be horribly worn to wear that too. There was a Mesoamerican religion that did that. I thought they sewed together skin, not like just giant blobs of subcutaneous fat. And just as Ranni told us, here's her discarded flesh at the top of the Divine Tower. You can still see traces of the red in her hair. Her body is partly disintegrated. And there's this half-wheel wound on her back. First mark of death. It was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. And here also we get our Stargazer Ammon that we needed for the +5 end. Well, sorry about your dying, Ranni. I'll make a quick pit stop down at Jarburg below the tower now.
Do you know what a poacher is, cuz? They hunt us, smash us, and then take us away. This village is kept secret, so I think we're safe here. But you should be careful if you ever meet one of them, cuz I hope Uncle Alexander beats them all up first.
Let's see if we can get the conversation trigger to happen. We've talked to Jarburg about poachers, and that should mean we should eventually be able to advance to the next event here in Jarburg, but it's kind of mysterious to me what makes it happen. I wanted to be lying down on his steps.
Oh, have you heard?
Oh, okay.
A new potentate's come to the village. I think he said his name was...
Whatever.
Dialos. He seems a little down in the dumps, but his hands are smooth.
I thought you had to, like, encounter him dreaming about poachers having a nightmare first. Whatever.
I don't know. I'm a little disappointed, actually. Even though good Sir Dialos has a wonderful suit of armor, he says he isn't a warrior. And since he's a coward, he won't be fighting anymore. His smooth and silky hands feel nice when he pats us. But I wish we had a potentate big and strong like you.
And you rejected me. Said my hands were too coarse and rough, and I don't think you said they got everywhere, thankfully.
Well, aren't you
Hi, Dialos.
No wonder you're covered in muck. Oh, my friend, it's been far too long. I have to say you caught me at a rather low point. But as you see, I've put all that behind me. Left the Volcano Manor, forging my own path now, making my own choices. Even a fool like me can look after some simple jars. Do you pity me? Well, don't. I feel like for the first time in my life, I'm on the straight and narrow.
Okay. Now I think Jarburg's supposed to be lying down again, maybe at night? I don't know.
Dialos's smooth and silky hands feel nice when he pats us. But I wish we had...
Maybe warp? Oh, yeah, he's moved. Okay, well, we managed to make things advance. And all the pots in the village have been shattered, magically. Except for Jarburg.
Oh, cuz, I'm glad you came. But we're fine now. Dialos fought the poacher, though quite a lot of us got broken. I won't cry, though. I'm a warrior, Jar. A warrior. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. That's the kind of warrior I want to be one day, cuz. Even if I'm scared, I'll still fight to protect everyone.
Dialos, you poor, poor fool.
You are the jars. Are they all right? Did I defend them? Then all is well. This fool proved his worth in the end.
Now Jarburg is eating him.
The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. That's the kind of warrior I'm going to be. One who protects everybody.
Well, that's their tradition. We won't judge. We just picked up the Hoslow's Pedal Whip, which might be something we want to try later. You get 2 of these, and they have innate bleed like a bunch of our other weapons. And I hear that the Power Stance Whip moveset is a lot better than the regular one. Also got Dialos's Mask, new headgear, and a Newman's Rune.
Thanks for coming back, cuz. I've been thinking. It's time for me to set out on a journey. As a warrior jar. Upon the path of champions.
Sounds good to me, Jarburg. I wish you luck. I'm going to do the same thing, actually. I'm going to go on the path of champions, too. Diallo's tried that, but... You know, he kind of sucked. Couldn't scratch. What was I going to say? He couldn't cut it, but... not me, I'm built different. I am going to advance Volcano Manor. Going to shoot me with a crossbow? I don't believe it. He butt blasted me. Wish Trigoth and Istvan showed up in the DLC if you didn't go after them. I wish a lot of things interacted between the DLC and the main campaign that don't. But that would be a cool way to do it. Alas, we needed to kill him for yet another set of armor. The Bull Goat set, I think, looks absolutely hideous, except for the pants. They're okay. Kind of an elf look, which I think is funny for being the heaviest armor in the game. So the entire Bull Goat set has 100 poise by itself, which still isn't enough to get you to the greater of the 2 poise thresholds that matters in PvE. But it is the biggest poise value in the game by wearing that set. So with that, we have a couple different options for fashion now. One thing I want to try out is, I think we can get to 51 poise with the part of the samurai set. And keeping our blindfold. Land of Reed's gauntlets won't cut it, but we find something suitable. Maybe. That looks okay. I think I like the Raging Wolf set better, but let's rock this for a little bit. Getting patches trying by Mikola would be hilarious. Yeah. I would love to see that. Okay, one more little errand outside of the capital before we go back and finally reveal the secret we were trying to reveal. We can... That painting from the round table holds leads us here. We have an overcast day, we don't get a great view, but there's the shot. Fire Deadly Sin is a body buff that makes you like inflict fire damage in a radius around yourself. Also, you damage yourself over time by a little bit too. I've never tried it. It doesn't really seem that great to me though. I don't really like the way the gauntlets work with the samurai armor. I'm gonna switch back. Where was it? Raging Wolf. And Fire Prelate and the Scaled Greaves. Yep. Do have my flask still set up with the Strength Knot and Intelligence Knot tier. I want the Stargazer Heirloom. I want the Crafted Blade Greatsword. Anything else I need? The Twin Sage Brimstone Crown. Yeah. Okay, so I have 23 intelligence now. When I use my physic, I'll get to 33 when I use the skill on the Crafted Blade Greatsword. That will raise every attribute by 5. So I'll get to 38, and that will be just enough to cast Law of Regression. Flask with the Vengeance. Stop two-handing. And boom. Radagon is Marika. That's the secret the sculptor found. What does that mean? Did you pick Prophet and Never Level End just to show this is possible? It wasn't just to show this is possible. I picked it because it's basically optimal for my build. But yes, I did want to show that you could reach that threshold without having any intelligence investment. Sure. Another Crucible Knight on our hands. His spear's bigger than mine. Or hers. I guess we don't know. Their spear. Imagine being Ranni and discovering that your husband left you for himself. That's got to be devastating. I was trying to switch to a weapon that would help me hit that scarab. I don't know if this is the one necessarily. Maybe not. Stormcrawler would probably be better. I have Stormcrawler on something? Guess I don't. Get it the old-fashioned way, I suppose. Yes. Casting the Flame of Frenzy. Okay, nailed it. Barrier of Gold is the anti-magic incantation. That's like the better version of magic fortification. We might end up using that later against some enemies that deal a lot of magic damage, if I remember. Probably won't. Also, from up here, you can reach a little ledge above the giant spear. You can see there's a legendary item on it. This is how you get to it. Gap in the wall. Around here. And jump across. Bolt of Gransax. So that's our new legendary weapon that I want to use. That's why I wanted 20 strength and 40 dex. Let's we'll check that out in a second. Oh, am I actually gonna die to this fall? No. It would have been so heartbreaking. Well, I was gonna go up the avenue to get back to Orin, but I guess I'll just warp there. Because we have learned the secret of why Radagon showed up in Golden Mask's or meditations on the Golden Order. So now we can report back and let Golden Mask know what the secret is. Come here, buddy. Great for accidentally launching yourself off platforms. I look forward to some ignominious deaths with the Bolt of Gransax for sure. I never used it before. I've never had this much dex at all, so we'll see what kind of shenanigans we can get up to. Hello, Gold Mask. Tell him that Radagon is Marika. We did it, everyone. We got the T-pose gesture.
What on earth did you do to the Master? Well, not that I'm complaining. Master's finger moves again, resuming his cogitation. More than good enough for me. I haven't the words to thank you. So I'd like to pass this on to you instead. A glimpse into the heart of the Golden Order. Documented by yours truly.
One more spell from Gold Mask. Immutable Shield. Improves non-physical damage negation and ailment resistance on your shield. I don't think I've ever used a shield buff ever.
To think that Radagon was Marika herself. Or at least, such is all I can interpret from the rhythm and calculus of his finger. How would such a thing even have been possible, I wonder? Sadly, I cannot comprehend it myself. Do you have a fuller understanding of the matter? Oh. Well, either way, I can continue my documentation. In truth, it matters very little whether I understand the Master's thoughts or not. I am merely his scribe. It is my sole and unwavering purpose.
Well, I can't say I know any more about it than you do, Corin, but good luck figuring it out. Hope it all goes well for you. As for us, we have a couple different things we can do. We've got these markers showing us the way to the Grand Lift of Rold, east of the capital. That's the way to progress the main story. And we'll head there fairly soon. But our first stop is going to be back over at Mount Gelmir, because we want to turn in our Volcano Manor quests and get another one that will send us to the mountaintops of the giants beyond the Grand Lift of Rold. I guess I already have it. Did I go turn everything in? When did I do that? Oh, when I turned in the Riley the Idol thing. But I don't strictly have to do it. I already have the quest. But I think we want to turn in the other stuff like Bernal's quest and the what's its name? Dragoth quest. So I'm going to warp over to Primeval Sorcerer Azur, and that'll put us in a good spot to reach the one part of Mount Gelmir that we haven't traversed yet. And I think that's what we're going to call it. We're going to call it a day. So yes, let's assert dominance one more time. Facing the Erdtree. So yeah, next time we'll go through the Volcano Manor, and then we'll cross the mountaintops of the giants, see what's beyond the Grand Lift of Rold, and then work from there. So, good night, everyone. Thanks for coming. Enjoyed streaming this once again, and I'll see you next time. Have a good one.